There's coverage, and then there's Bovolus Vista Once SQ, the most comprehensive respiratory vaccine covering more causes of BRD, including these two. No other vaccine covers both. So for more coverage, make it Bovolus Vista Once SQ. There's coverage, and then there's Bovolus Vista Once SQ, the most comprehensive respiratory vaccine covering more causes of BRD, including these two. No other vaccine covers both. So for more coverage, make it Bovolus Vista Once SQ.
Good morning and welcome to the 2025 Kansas Junior Livestock Show, Market Meat Goat Show. Judging this morning is Mr. Brian Kennedy from Hennessy, Oklahoma. We've got 4 divisions here as we get started today. So first in the ring will be our Class 1 meat goats, and so We welcome back to the show ring this morning Mr. Brian Kennedy. He evaluated the showmanship kiddos last night and our breeding does, and this morning he's going to work his way through the Market Meat Goat Show, and we want to welcome him to Hutchison and the Junior Livestock Show. He's from Hennessy, Oklahoma, with a farm and ranch focusing on cattle and wheat. He has taught agriculture education at Hennessy Public Schools from 1993 to 2013. He's now with the Kingfisher OSU County Extension Service. He's been with them since 2018. His family includes a wife and two children, Jacob and Katie, who are both students at Oklahoma State. He's judged numerous shows across the country, and if you were here last night ringside to watch, he did a great job of working with our youth, and you can totally tell that he enjoys working with youth and evaluating livestock. So, with all of that, let's help welcome to Hutchison, Kansas, Mr. Brian Kennedy. Let's give him a nice warm welcome.
Well, good morning. It's an awesome day to be in Hutchinson, Kansas here. We're going to work through our market goat show today. We're going to have fun and give these kids an opportunity to exhibit and present their animals to their best ability. And in class one, you never know what you're going to get out of the deal. There's different sizes, there's different maturity patterns all the way through. But we got a pair up here on the front end that we got to find to win this class out here, and it's a give and take deal. But this red-legged one has to win. He's the big cage, stout-hearted one that has opened up the most in terms of his top line. He's the most ready and handles the most correct right down his top, and he's big and powerful in terms of his shape to his hip. Gives you some balance and some look from the side, a quality animal that we could elevate him and change his rib design just a skosh there in terms of his depth of heart there, but a nice one to win. Really, really tall-shouldered, good-looking one here that winds up in 2. We love his build from the side. He is rounder and shallower than our class winner, but he's greener in terms of his makeup. He's still immature in his build there. I think that one's got come and future to him all the way. I really like that one out of his hooks to his pins. Really a big hip, sound structured, good chested one. Gives you a great look. Good handle in this one. Just doesn't hold himself together quite as well. In terms of his balance and his build, he wants to get a little easy in terms of his spine there, but he's a big four-armed one that's got boldness of rib in him. Handles big in terms of just need to change his balance and his proportions a little bit. Tall-shouldered, good-looking one next here. We like that elevation that he has. He's straight and true in his lines. He's long in his hip. He's got some bone work. Just simply not enough goat there, young lady. Needs to be rounder and bigger in terms of his upper cage there, but a long-bodied one we got to keep in the mix. Same way winds up kind of going with fourth here. A good one. He's got good shape coming out of his shoulder. He just simply runs out of gas in terms of hip and stifle shape all the way through. But he's a long-bodied one here that gives you a good enough look. Congratulations to these individuals. A great set of kids on that side of the ring, too. Put your hands together. Give them a round of applause. Good job, buddy.
All right. Thank you, Brian. Winning class 1, and the first class of the day was Ella Hetzel. Second was Macy Lay, excuse me. Third was Gracie Bailey. Fourth was Marley Wise. 5 was Coy Gibbs. 6 was Jack Knoll. 7 is Whitney New. 8 is Michelle Tevington. 9 is Carson DeGravi. 10 is Abigail Mara. 11 is Cole Mara. And rounding out the class was Alexander Newhouse. We're now showing our second class in Division 1. And if you're following along with us in your program, there are 4 divisions in this class, 4 classes in this division.
Tested. Quite a bit deeper class here in number 2 of the day here. And I mean, we got the front 5 of this deal is interesting to look and study at, but we've got a wide-made, big caged one here. He opens up more expressively in terms of his top. He's wider and bolder at the top of his cage. He transitions with more honest width down his top line, and he ends with a bigger pin set. We put him into motion. He stays collected in terms of his top line. He's really true in terms of his base. I think he's a notch shallower from the top of his blade to the base of his chest floor. A good, honest, big, stout doing one here. We'd like to change his shoulder blade shape. I'd like to tighten him up just a hair in the top of his blade there. Maybe lengthen him just a skosh in his neck. If you like him taller, you like him longer, and you like him prettier, then you like 2 out of the deal. His neck set's ideal. You like that about him. As we start studying him from the side, though, where he gets critical is his upper cage and his forerib shape compared to our class winner. He's flatter coming out of his blade. He's flatter at the base of his cage. He reads good in his terms of his top line. He's not as wide going away or coming to you either way, but a nice, good-looking goat that winds up in 2. A good-bodied one here that really comes together here. Young lady, when she gets him propped up, he's over there. We go. We're getting better there. We elevate. Balance and completeness really comes into play. Jet level down his spine. He reads and progresses with width down his top line. He's opened up to the base of his cage and gives you a good look. Not as expressive through the base of his stifle as either of the 2 that stand in front of him. A round-bodied one here that's big-footed and good forearm. As we back off and look at this, when he just kind of comes in a 3-piece suit here, he's one that just doesn't hold himself together. In terms of his top line, I like his cage, I like his width in him out of the deal. I just like to make his balance better all the way through from nose to tail. He's the softest handling of the 4 that we have in front of him. Good looking one here that winds up next, just simply runs out of gas, young lady. He's the flattest in terms of his forerib, doesn't have the dimension from his last rib back as either, but a good looking one that's big boned and hairy legged and good balance from the side. Just need more to him, needs more time and more days on feed out of the deal. And if he does get fat and kind of comes in and starts smoothing up, we can work that one further up to the front of the class. Congratulations to all of you kiddos out here. Put your hands together, give them a round of applause. Good job, young lady. Good job.
Results of Class 2 Division 1. Winning first place was Quinn McKee. Second was Kaiser Nemechek. Third was Renly Hager. Fourth, Andrew Morales. 5, Riley Thomas. 6, Tristan Warkin. 7, Carly Heitman. 8th, Georgia Beeman. 9, Laney Dahl. 10th, Emerson DeGravi. And 11 is Court Decker. In the ring now is Class 3 of Division 1. Class 3 Division 1. This is your first call for the final class of Division 1, Class 4.
Testing. Nice little set of goats out here. The outlier in the group is the young lady we're starting with here. He's the wide-made one that is the biggest in terms of his true cage. Opens up the best down his top line. He's got way more true top shape in him. He's more expressive coming out of his shoulder. He's wider from loin edge to loin edge. And he's the biggest pinned one, widest based one. Is he carrying a shot more middle in him today? Does he look like he's lighter weight than some of these others? But if we study him from the ground up and study all the fundamentals and the approach of what we got to find in terms of a market animal there, that one's rib and body and build and design. Is he perfect looking? Is he dead level spine? No. But you couple his width and you couple his balance and put him into motion, that one has to win there. If you like him awesomely level made and just gorgeous from the side, the young lady that winds up in 2 fits that bill. That one runs uphill. He's tall-shouldered. He is wild-looking. He is bar none the leanest of all the 3 or the top 5 that we have out here, and that works to his disadvantage ever so slightly out of the deal. His body type is good, young lady. He just simply runs out of loin for me. If that one was fresh and just smooth down his top and just a shot fatter in terms of his handle there, especially through his loin, I could get into this one, because when this one walks into the ring, you talk about a proud one that's athletic in terms of his build and hard to the touch, super shallow in terms of his body, a nice one. He just simply runs out of gas right there in his hip loin as compared to the one that stands but a really, really good second place one. Big burly one that winds up in 3, that's deeper in terms of his blade, that's flatter in terms of his forearm than the 2 that stand in front of him, but one that's got muscle. He's big working down his spine. He ends with a big hip. He just doesn't collectively hold himself in terms of his balance and build when we put him into motion. I like that goat to be 3rd here. I'd like to bust him open just a shot more and make him truer from knee to the ground. Another good-looking one here that is big-legged and sound and functional in terms of its build. And I wouldn't argue if you wanted to flip them, but as you start studying them, this one is flatter in terms of his forearm. He's tighter in terms of the top of his blade. He doesn't have as much internal dimension as the 3 that stand in front of him. He gets plainer out of his hip and through his leg, but a big bone, well-presented one that winds up in 4. Another one here that we work our way right into the deal. We like his width of base. We like his cage. Young lady, he just simply doesn't have the expression of muscling down his top and out of his hip as compared to the other ones that stand in front of him. Awesome set of goats, awesome set of kids. Put your hands together if you would, please. Good job, young lady. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job.
Okay, winning Class 3, Division 1 was Cody McComb at the top of your class. 2 was Lainey Hager. 3 was Maylee Balinger. 4, Georgia Beeman. 5, Gwendolyn Wheel. 6, Caitlin Watkins. 7, Kaylee King. 8, Gina Koch. 9, Braden Gillespie. 10, Colton Dahl. 11 is Zoe Pliza. We're now ready for the final class in our first division. So, 12th was Marley Wise. Excuse me, Marley. So, in the ring now is our final class of this division. So, if you are a 1st, 2nd, or 3rd, you are needed in the makeup area.
Last class of this division here, the young man brings one that wins this deal going and coming. Just sheer dimension, quality and kind and build all the way through. He's bar none the freshest in terms of his top line. He's the biggest in terms of his hip, and he's the most correct in terms of his movement. Would we like to change him just ever so slightly in terms of his blade and maybe just line him out just a little bit in terms of his top line? I think this one's winning pretty handily out here. We like him big touching here and super hard handling here. The 1 and 2 comes to play, but as we look at him conformationally, he wants to get short and steep out of his hip, but where I'm really critical of this one is when he wants to come straight at me. He wants to get out at the point of his shoulder and wants to roll in out at the base of the ground there, push his knee outside of his skeleton, then he gets a little weak behind his blade there. The paint comes in 3 here, and man, that one's good looking from the side. He touches extremely good in terms of his top line. He just runs out of feature and build overall. He gets flatter in terms of his forearm, he's lighter in terms of his bone and smaller in terms of his foot, but gives you a good enough look to the top of his blade and big enough turn out of the top side of his shoulder, and ends with a big pin set there. We got to keep him up in 3. The spot back one here, he goes forward just simply for the fact of it is he's good shape down his spine there and has a big turn to his loin edge. He's got more definition of true muscle shape from the top of his hip there all the way to the base of his stifle. Got a little shot more bulk down low. Long body, tall shouldered one that's transitioned a lot of his weight to the front side of his skeleton instead of the back side there. We like his length of body that he presents to us there. Just runs out of gas all the way through and feature there. Big spot-legged one's burly in terms of his build. The next one there is great to look at, just simply doesn't have enough up high there. And as we work our way through the class, a nice set of goats. Put your hands together, give them a round of applause if you would.
Winning Class 4 Division 1 was Brig Corwine. Second was Emerson DeGrave. Third was Landry Alcorn. Fourth was Heidi Foltz. 5 is Piper Flory. 6 is Tucker Schlatter. 7 is Esmeralda Franklin. 8 is Liam Herman Kissinger. 9 is Rowley Kassecker. 10 is Clinton Koning. 11 is Tegan Ellis. And 12 is Catherine Tevington. We're now selecting our top 3 of the first division. So we will select the top 3 for Division 1.
Testing. If you would, put your hands together and give these 12 kiddos here a big round of applause to start off our weather show. And man, I am real pleased with the front side of this, and I'm real pleased with the seconds. I mean, the quality, it's been a while since I've been to Kansas. The quality has sure stepped up into the game here out of it, and you guys need to be commended into this aspect there. That first class, that red spotted legged one there, I think he won just sheer in terms of power and product and steel balance and build. Had the most honesty in terms of his top shape, the most ready in terms of his presentation all the way through. That one that wound up second is just immature in terms of his build, but I think there's a tremendous amount of future there in that one. Big bodied one here that's sure great in terms of his cage, and I mean he is big in terms of his top line. He's bar none the freshest and biggest in terms of his back shape. He's really powerful and got a tremendous amount of good to him. He's one that we got a little critical. He doesn't impress you quite as much on terms of his move. Wants to run downhill just ever so slightly and wants to be a little looser at the top of his blade, but from there back, an awful good one. The one here that won the third class, and let's go back and talk about that one in second over there. Really a good looking one there that's just flatter in terms of his fore-rib build there, but awesome to look at in terms of presentation. High neck, long level spined, and got shape to him all the way from nose to tail. Awful nice kind one that just, he's probably got a lot more longevity in him as well. I mean, that one could be carried on to a heavier weight and look better as he matures there. Then we talked the one in three here. That one is another wide centered one, and we appreciate that about him. I like his shoulder blade. I like his neck junction out of the deal. He doesn't transition, and he's not as smooth in terms of his top line as either one that stand on either side of him. He wants to play out just ever so slightly in terms of his loin. I'd like to see him fresher in that aspect. His jump muscle jumps up in him just a little bit, and that intensifies that. But when you start studying from the three-quarter angle, that's a wide, good-made one that still balances up extremely well. Then we end with a big class here, and this one is super smooth when we look at him from the side. And when he's got him going, that one's neck and shoulder junction ties in right when he's got him propped up. Really wide and progressive down his top line and big and expressive in terms of his hip there. He's neat to look at. He's sound in terms of his structure there. And there's a little bit different take. They all don't look the same out here, and in Division I they shouldn't. In most classes you take what you get out of the deal, and I try to find the ones that suit me best, and then we come and analyze the overall picture of the thing out here. And they don't all look right in terms of just perfect in terms of build, and all of them stamped the same way because all goats are different, and they give you an opportunity to pick and choose of what fits the class and what is impressive in the class out here, and these are the ones that do it. If you would, put your hands together. One more big round of applause there. I'm going to talk about the young lady over there. Young lady, that one that won second in the three class there. I mean, wild looking, athletic in terms of build, green in terms of his makeup. We knocked that one in terms of loin shape there. If that one was big fat loin, he would be on the front side, two out of the deal. Real muscular one that wound up two in the heavy class. Congratulations. I'm going to look at them one more time. I think this is a tough call out here. It's a give and take relation out of it. Congratulations to all of you.
Champion in Division I was owned by Brig Corwine. Reserve champion in Division 1 was owned by Quinn McKee. And third place in Division 1 was owned by Cody McComb. That wraps up Division 1, and now entering the ring will be our first class of Division 2, Class 5.
There's coverage, and then there's Bovolus Vista Once SQ, the most comprehensive respiratory vaccine covering more causes
Again, our
of
results
BRD,
from Division
including
1
these two.
champion
No
was
other vaccine
exhibited
covers
by
both.
Greg
So for
Corwine.
more coverage, make it
Reserve
Bovolus Vista
champion
Once SQ.
was exhibited by Quinn McKee, and third in that division was exhibited by Cody McComb.
Had to work our way through this deal in this class here. The one that has to come and win the class, when he gets him propped up here, he's the one that kind of puts it all together. His body type's right, his top line's good. He's the big chested, big forearm goat out here that's got more real hip shape, more expression when we look at him from the side and balances up. When we put him into motion, he wants to get a little lazy off of his front end and get a little open in terms of his blade. But on the push, that one's got to win. Real big cage one that winds up in 2 here. He's another one that just gets a little lazy in terms of his build, but when you really study that one from shoulder to hip, he's wide and expressive coming out of his shoulder. He's big and square in terms of his loin. He doesn't have the hip in him, doesn't have the shape to a stifle as our class winner, but a big-footed, stout-featured one that winds up in 2. Good-looking one that's tall-shouldered. He's flatter in terms of his build. He's tighter in terms of his forerib and smaller in terms of his bone as either of the ones, but we like his side view profile there. We like his neck set and the way he elevates up out of his front end. Really good looking one, young man that is super athletic when we put him into motion here. He's dead level spine. He's got some shape to him. He just needs to expand for me. He needs to be wider in terms of his cage. He needs more real dimension all the way through from his shoulder to his hip to the base of his leg. Big-bodied one here that winds up next that touches good, just doesn't balance. He wants to get a little easy in terms of his spine, but he is a big fresh loin one that's got a big hard hip in him. We just need to balance him better. The black-headed one over there is a good-looking one from the side. He doesn't have as much true lean and expressive muscle working down the top side, runs out of gas in terms of his hip there, but a nice set of goats all the way through. Put your hands together, give them a round of applause.
Winning Class 5, our first class in Division 2 was Dalen Balinger. 2 was Cassidy Wagner. 3 was Jet Shanholzer. 4 was Bo Dahl. 5 was Landry Alcorn. 6 was Audrey Bryant. 7, Tucker Schlatter. 8, Nathaniel Cooker. 9, Catherine Tevington. 10, Isaiah Hall. 11 is Zoe Please. We're now ready for Class 6, which is our second class in our second division. So there's only 3, as Darren just mentioned, there's only 3 classes in this second division, and that'd be classes 5, 6, and 7.
Nice set of goats in this class. We're going to use a young man's goat here. I think when he's propped up, guys, this one is a shallow-bodied, round-made, good caged one there that is neater from the top of his blade to the base of his chest floor than the one in two. He is lean and shapely to the touch. Where he's better and bigger is he's quite a bit bigger and more expressive and fuller and deeper to the turn to his loin, and he's a shot longer hip than the one in two there. I like that kind. That's a good look right there. He's not as expressive in terms of his feature, but he's a wide-chested, good, bold-ribbed one there. I'd like to make him a shot stouter in terms of his foot and his bone, but one that balances up extremely good from the side. The paint here is stout in terms of his build, in terms of feature, foot size, and forearm here. He gets deeper and plainer from the top of his blade to his chest floor, and where he runs out of gas is he's good in terms of his rack shape. He wants to play out in terms of his loin there. He's narrower and less descript in terms of his edges than the one that's in one there, but that one balances good from the side. He's sound in terms of his structure. He's presented extremely well. Big muscled one here in third. If you like them wide and chunky, that's that one there. Young lady, you have fed that one really well there. He's big in terms of his back. He's big in terms of his hip and his power look from the side there. He's a bold-bodied one there. But as we compare him to the two that stand in front of him, he's shorter from flank to flank. He's not as tall in terms of his shoulder. Doesn't give you the wow factor in the look, but he is a wide-made one that's been fed really well. One that comes next here is kind of deceiving in terms of his build. He's almost a rib too long bodied, and he just doesn't balance and hold himself in line right. He wants to get a little easy in terms of his spine, wants to run out of gas in terms of his true hip dimension that he brings, but he's a big-legged one that's been fed well, that's got shape to the top side. Just need to change him in terms of his build and truly make him wider and better in terms of his blade shape and neck set there. Tall-shouldered one that comes into play here that is good-looking from the side. He just simply is leaner and rawer in terms of his build. I like his shape and his leanness that he presents to him, but he needs to crease up ever so slightly and more. I'd like to give him a shot more feature when we roll him right and place him against his contemporaries there. But a good-looking one here, same way goes, good-fed one here, super smooth in terms of the red-legged one there. He's nice in terms of his build, just flatter in terms of his build, same way as we work our way down through the class there. Put your hands together, give him a big round of applause if you would.
Results for Class 6, Jayton Bogdan was first. Second was Savannah Emmert. Third was Delaney Figgy. Fourth was Macy Hightower. 5 was Haley Lanham. 6 was Braden Gillespie. 7 was Caden Besser. 8 was Anna Holt. 9 was I Don't Know. And 10 was Gunnar Cloyd. In this ring right now is Class 7. This is the final class of Division 3. This is the final class of Division 3.
We got a pair on the front side, and they're differing in terms of kind. But I'm going to start with the one that's the most honest and got the most natural width and turn to his cage. He's the biggest in terms of his topside dimension there, coming right out of his shoulder there. He's more expressive in terms of his hip, and he's got a better shape and dimension to his leg, especially down to his stifle there. He's not as tall shouldered. He's not as good looking from the side on the move there, but I do think he is wider and he's sounder and he's a complete one there that we still got to find to play in the mix here. Tall shouldered, good looking one that's definitely flatter in terms of his build. He's tighter in terms of the width of the top of his blade, and he's flatter in terms of his upper forerib. He's lean and shapely down his top, but where we get real critical of him is he runs out of gas out of his hip to tail there, and we get a whole lot flatter in terms of his stifle when we watch him go away there. And he wants, when we put him into motion, he wants to bow out in his hock a little bit, change his rib design and give him more upper turn to his cage there. And I think we could run that one to the front. Long-bodied one here that the young man has, it reads that he's been fed really well. His body shape is all right. Just simply doesn't hold himself together in terms of his balance. Runs out of hip, needs more power when we get right behind him. Same way goes for the 1 and 4. The speckle-hided one's neat to look at. He is tall-shouldered. He is round in terms of his center rib. Just a lean, raw product, one that needs more real loin in him. He needs to be wider and bolder, coming and going both ways out of the deal. The yellow-headed one here is just one that is sound and functional in terms of his build. Just needs to be built better in terms of a balanced and presentational look out here. Wants to get a little easy in terms of his spine, but where he's good is he's a wide pin one that reads with some shape to his leg there, and we have some carcass and cutability traits that we've got to keep in the mix there. We work our way over there. Great set of young people out there. Give them a round of applause if you would, please.
Results for Class 7, our final class in Division 3. Winning first place is Eiler Holt. Second, Chesney Dickinson. Third, Britton Hightower. Fourth, Sean Scott. 5, Michelle Tevington. 6, Isabella Praley. 7, Alexandra Seidel. 8, Marley Wise. And 9 is Haley Miller. Now entering the ring is our Division 2, Division 3 champion Drive. Oh, Division 2, sorry. This is all confusing. 5, 6, and 7. So that should be classes 5, 6, and 7.
We worked our way to the second division out here, and they're getting bigger and they're getting heavier. And as we study these, it's harder to hold them together and keep them built right from the side all the way through. I'd really love to watch and analyze goats on the move, how they hold themselves together and how they present themselves all the way around. And the young man that won this first class of this division, I think he won so just, he was the round-bodied, expressively muscled one there. Was he the prettiest made one on the move? He wants to duck and get longer and deeper in terms of his shoulder and his chest floor. Doesn't travel with as much true heart and width of base up front as a couple of the others out here in line. But we like his presentation from the middle of his back in terms of hip shape and leg shape, and he stays base wide when we get him into motion out of the deal. The one that stood second in that class was a nice kind of goat that was big in terms of his back and good in terms of his forearm. Ran out of gas in terms of hip shape there, but really big from shoulder to hip. Needed more true stifle shape and from the side view look. Third place in that division was a lean, shapely one there. Just ran out of gas, gets narrower and rounder in terms of his loin. Got good hip shape and good balance. Needs more feature all the way through out of the deal. In the middle division, we have one that come to the ring here that he is very, very striking from the side. He is tall-shouldered, he's good-looking, he's long-bodied. He is the roundest in terms of his body. He's the shallowest in terms of his chest. He's not as big-featured in terms of his wolfiness of feet and legs as either one that stand on either side of him. But when you get up on top of this one wedges extremely well down the top side of his skeleton there. He's got enough muscle when we get right behind him. Paint was second in that class, was a tall-shouldered, good-looking one. Didn't have as much topside shape. He was deeper and plainer in terms of his rib design compared to our class winner. Real big muscled one that wind up in third. As we work our way into the heavy division, a stout round-bodied one here, kind of like our first class winner here. Just like his width and his expression and his true dimension and density that he brings to the table. He's one that we question in motion, how good balanced he is in terms of his blade shape and his neck set there, but he's sound and wide and been fed really well. Good looking one that wound up in second hold there, just flatter in terms of his build, especially he gets a little pinch narrow at the top of his blade, wants to flatten and plane out in his upper rib there, but a long-sided one that gives you a good look. Long-bodied one that wound up 3 in class out there. If you would, put your hands together, give these kids a round of applause in our second division.
Champion came from Class 6, Jayton Bogdan from Elk County. And reserve champion comes from the same class, and that is Savannah Emmert from Morton Elkhart FFA. In third place in Division 2 is exhibited by Dalen Bollinger. We're now ready, so congratulations to each of those exhibitors for their winnings of that Division 2. We're now ready to start Division 3. First class in Division 3 is Class 8, is now entering the ring. Class 8 is now entering the ring.
Got a real nice class out here that comes together extremely well, and this young lady's got to win this class. You talk about one that is just a powerhouse in terms of true design and boldness of cage and bigness of top and all the feature that you want in the world there. She's got him propped up extremely well there. He's big-footed. He's sound in terms of his motion. Awful good kind of goat that I think wins and wins it pretty handily in my mind. I think second and third's closer out of the deal. I like the top shape. I like the four-rib design, and I like the dimension of loin of the one that winds up in two. The speckle-hided one gives you a great look. I think he's bolder in terms of his heart. He's not as big in terms of his hip to his pins, the set, when we get right behind him, but he's got more true honesty in terms of true cage and dimension right down his spine. And when we get right behind him, he's got more bulk and power. Great looking one, super tall shouldered, big footed and good bone there. He's flatter in terms of his cage than the one that stands up, gets plainer out of his hip than the one that stands in front of him. Good looking one from the side that's almost a rib, 2-shot long body. He's the flattest in terms and the narrowest at the top of his blade, the way he hooks up into his spine. Reads Lester script coming out of the top of his shoulder. But when we get to the middle of his back and his last rib, he progressively widens and stays true. His body design and his feet and legs are all better than the one that winds up in 5. We like some shape. We like he's been fed really well. But as we look at him from the side, he's getting the bulk of his weight to the front third of his skeleton there. He's got a little pocket coming right behind his blade. Runs out of gas, runs out of power, and true width and dimension from shoulder to hip all the way compared out here. Nice set of goats, great set of kids. Give them a round of applause.
Winning that class was Lainey Hager of Miami County. Second was Cassidy Kirkham. Third was Bailey Daniels. Fourth was Layla Pickern. 5 was Sydney Lauderson. 6 is Avery Franklin. 7 Esmeralda Franklin. 8 Mackenzie Crooks. 9 Skylar Andres. And 10 Brant Oplendick. We're now ready for Class 9, and Class 9 is the middle division, or the middle class of Division 3. Located in the northwest corner of the barn is Dale Lanham, and they will buy your goats, and the base bid price is $3.20 a pound. So if you're interested, find them in the northwest corner of the barn. I think I see Sarah over there now. So that's your opportunity to market your goats.
We got two different kinds out here, but we're going to use the one that's the complete, well-designed, good balanced one there. His build and his functionality in terms of structural correctness, his looseness, his spine, and his ability to hold himself together on the ring side view, both standing still and on the move. He's not as powerful as the 1 and 2, but he's way more structurally right from the middle of his back through his hip and off of his rear leg. We got to find that one to win. Yeah, I'd like to widen him out, make him more explosive all the way from nose to tail, but he's still got plenty enough muscle in him. This one is the powerhouse. He's the big cage one. But as we study this one in terms of his blade, in terms of his forearm and knee to the ground, he wants to roll out in terms of his point of his blade. He wants to rock his knee forward. And I get critical of this one in terms of his hip and rear leg. He wants to bow in terms of his hock. Young lady, I love his muscle. I love his expression. He needs to be built better to win a class out here for me, but he is a powerful rascal out here that winds up in 2. Good looking one that winds up in 3, tall shoulder. Good design from the side. Young lady, he is simply raw to the bone right now. He is extremely lean. He needs to be freshened up. I think if we freshen that one up and give him more condition down his spine, I think that one works up into the equation because his balance and his phenotypical build is extremely good. Another one here that he gives you a lot of different looks out here. He's one that all of a sudden he looks like he's got muscle in him, then he looks like he gets a little plane out of his hip and through his stifle and gets a little peaked behind his blade. But still yet, I think he's rounder bodied. I think he's truer in terms of his honest width coming up on the upper side of his skeleton than the 1 in 5 there. I think we got to find him to be in the 4 hole. Length of body, foot, and bone is special in this one here. His hip is extremely long. It kind of works to his disadvantage. He gets plainer behind his shoulder and plainer in terms of his design from hooks to pins and from tail to hock from a stifle view look over there. Young man's yellow neck one there is good looking one, just simply runs out of gas, doesn't have the shape, authority, and the power. A wide centered one here that's big body, just doesn't have as much expression. He's softer in terms of his handle. Then the one that ends the class is a nice kind of goat that's been fed really well. Just need to make him better in terms of his overall build. Congratulations. Give him a round of applause if you would, please.
Winning Class 9 in Division 3 was Legacy Murphy. Second was Adeline Robinson. Third was Annalise Schutz. Fourth was Livy Ziegler. 5 was Alexa Ellis. 6 was Colton Dahl. 7, Chevy Durr. And 8, Chesney Dickinson. We're now ready for Class 10, which is the final division, which is the final class in Division 3. So if you were first, second, or third, in classes 8 or 9, please be making your way to the holding area. If you are first, second, or third, please be making your way to the holding area.
Honestly, I can say it's fun to analyze these out here in this class. And I mean, we got some good on the front side of this deal, but I think the young ladies goat, just in terms of one that is super ready to show today. I mean, he is as fresh in terms of his top side shape. He is extremely explosive coming out of the top side of his shoulder. He's fresher and fuller and wider in his hip loin junction. I think he's bigger and he's harder in terms of his hip. I'd like to see him a shot stouter in terms of his bone work compared to two out of the deal, but I think his balance, his build, his shoulder blade, his body type all fit that deal, and I think we got to find him to win. I think the 1 and 2 goes to pretty handily. I think his build fits right in. He's not as good in terms of his blade angle. He's not as good in terms of his top line from his last rib back. I love his length of hip. He plays out and runs out of loin for me. His loin sets down. He's narrower in that width and stance when we get right over the top of him. But as you back off and you look at him on the 3/4, he's a wide structured, big caged one that's still balanced good. He's got a major hole in terms of his hip line right there. Other than that, it's an awful good, stout skulled, big, stout footed one here. Great looking black-headed one from the side, young man. That one's balance and build is really, really good. He just simply, when we run against those two in class, he doesn't have the dimension coming right out of his shoulder, okay? He's flatter in terms of his upper cage. He's not as wide and powerful. I love his hip design. I love his flexibility. I just wish I could make more of him out of that deal. If I could run the muscle of the two in front, in yours right there, you would work your way right to the top. Good looking, long bodied, good design one that's really fresh in terms of his loin there. He doesn't hold himself together quite as well. Wants to get a little uncoordinated behind his blade, runs out of gas in terms of his dimension of stifle. He's not as bold in terms of his heart and good about his chest. Wants to rock forward in terms of his neck. Tall shouldered one here, young lady. He's extremely lean. He's raw in terms of his build. He's not as stout in terms of his feature, in terms of forearm shape and foot size and overall dimension, but good looking from the side, runs uphill on long neck. Put your hands together, give those kiddos a round of applause.
Winning first in that class was Heidi Mingarelli. Second was Andrew Morales. Third was Eli Hall. Fourth was Gwendolyn Wheel. 5 was Sydney Larderson. 6th was Alona Rogers. 7, Riley Thomas. 8, Kennedy Holcomb. 9, Braylon Durham. 10, Eler Holt. 11, Elia Garton. 12, Braden Williams. We're now ready to select our first, second, and third place from Division 3, and that's representing classes 8, 9, and 10.
Awesome set of goats out here, and even better set of kids. Really competitive on the front side of this deal. Taking an extra look and study them and trying to make my mind right out all of it here. Put your hands together. Give these 9 a big round of applause, if you will. In this division, this young lady brings this bald-faced, white-eared one out to the ring, and that one I thought handled that class extremely easy. That one has got a tremendous amount of good to him. It starts at his nose, runs right through his ears. His skull, his bone, his feature is extremely good. His body is good in terms of his side view roundness of shape. He runs with a big shape down his top side and ends with a big hip. A lot of power when we get right behind him. We get critical of that one in terms of when we put him into motion there. His blade wants to open up high, just ever so slightly in terms of the bulk of him up high. And then when we stand off and look at him and she gets out of him, he wants to close just a skosh in terms of his knee set. Other than that, that's been awful critical of a really nice goat. The young lady does all she can to get every ounce of good out of that one. The one that wound up in 2 is a good-looking one. That was tall-shouldered and long body, just didn't have the feature and the presentation of the one that winds up winning. Same way, kind of second and third go hand in hand together in that class, but I thought they worked their way up in division. The middle class was a tougher class to really kind of find together, but landed on one that we just got to appreciate his build and his quality that he brings to the ring. That one is gorgeous from the side. She does an awesome job in making that one stand up and present. That one could walk from Hutchinson all the way back to Oklahoma because he's that sound structured. Does he need to be more powerful? Do we need to give him a shot more foot and bone and dimension when we get out of his hip and off of his rear leg? Probably so, but a good looking, high quality one. Then we ended that middle in that second place body and mass out of the deal. Needs to be better built. As we stand over and look at him from here, his blade gets longer, it gets deeper in terms of his chest out of it. He's shorter and tighter in terms of his movement. The one that was third in that class fell there because he was a tall-shouldered, good-looking one that was extremely lean in terms of his build. We worked our way to the heavyweight class, and I mean, that was probably the deepest class on the front side as I've looked at today. This one here, I think, handled that class. You talk about compositionally correct. This one is really good in terms of his blade angle. His neck elevates coming right up out of the top side of his shoulder. He handles as big in terms of his back as anything out here. Probably transitions as smooth in terms of his hip loin as anything out here. He's not as expressive in terms of the turn to his hip, but he's got a tremendous amount of shape and power when we get to the base of his leg. We get critical of that one and compare him to another one or two out here. He doesn't have the feature in terms of it, just that presentational look in terms of skull and bone and foot out of the deal. Doesn't have the shag on him, but when you stop and look at him at that angle, you got to appreciate that one. That one's got a lot of good, young lady. I like that kind. The 1 and 2 was another big-bodied one that just ran out of gas in terms of loin shape there. His loin sets down in him. He's not as expressive in terms of his hip and leg, but another big, wide-made, good-bodied one that's been fed really well. Then the black-headed one we just ended with a while ago is crazy good-looking, just not as enough goat there compared to the 2 that stand on this side. Not going to argue, there's some quality setting out here in the ring. I got to study him one more time. I'm going to walk him one more time. I got to really get my mind right on this deal. I think these kids definitely deserve it here. Put your hands together. Give them a big round of applause if you would, please.
All right, so that concludes Division 3, and champion from that division was Heidi Mingarelli. Reserve champion was Lainey Hager, and third was Andrew Morales. We're now ready for Division 4. Our first class in Division 4 is Class 11. So Class 11 should be making their way into the makeup area, and there are 4 classes in Division 4.
Testing. The bald-faced one wins this class. I think he does it pretty handily. He gives you the most honest look from the three-quarter view. He's the biggest and boldest in terms of his rib and opens up the truest in terms of his top line. He's not perfect out of his hip, but still yet when you read honesty and shape down his top side of his skeleton and dimension to the base of his leg, combination with that, with his bone and his feature and his design, we got to find him to win. The yellow tinted one out here is a round, big-bodied one here. The young lady gets all she can out of this one. He is so round, he runs out of gas, and it starts right behind his shoulder. He just doesn't have enough from shoulder to hip. He is monster hip out to his tail. He is huge in terms of his stifle and extremely wide when you get right behind him out of the deal. He's nondescript in terms of his top line. He needs more shape and definition working out of his shoulder. He needs to be wider and fuller in terms of his loin. But his body type, his build, we could also get critical. We'd like to see him a little stouter in terms of his foot and bone size. Really good looking one that's tall shoulder and super level spine. Runs out of gas. He's flatter in terms of his forerib. You don't see that crease coming out of the top of his shoulder as the other ones that stood in front of him. Just gets a little plainer in his overall build in terms of hip design and rear leg and shape and power all the way through. But we got to keep him up into the top three out of the deal just because of his overall compositional build. Another tall-shouldered one here that winds up next in the lineup. He reads a nickel more shapely in terms of his loin, in terms of his hip, but as we back off and study that one's plainer too in his rib design out of it. He doesn't have as much real honest shape coming right out of the top of his blade, runs out of gas and gets flatter and plainer in terms of his stifle from the side, wants to narrow up too much coming at you. Real good top one that's next, another one that holds himself together in terms of rib design, and he stays true in his top and bottom line. Runs out of gas in terms of this true honest in terms of flair and dimension to his hip and bulk and power. Give that one a shot of bone. We can work him right on forward throughout the class. Put your hands together. Give those exhibitors a round of applause if you would, please.
Winning first in Class 11, the first class of Division 4, was Ashley Peters. Second was Lakin Rookstool. Third was Shelby Sprague. Fourth was Madeline Wagner. 5 was Adelie Eli. 6, Raylan Rump. 7, Grace Leffert. 8, Jordan Oplanok. 9, Noah Kakur. 10, Macy Lyons. 11, Brayley Aguilar. And that completes Class 11. Now in the ring is Class 12. We have 3 more classes in this division, 12, 13, and 14.
As we get out here in this class, man, this is a little bit of a struggle because we've got an outlier in the deal that's not perfect in a couple areas there, but he is extremely good in a couple areas. His mash and sheer width and bone and forearm and just feature from his nose to his tail, from his tail to his hock to the ground has to win. He progressively widens as we get on top of him, and he stays in his widest point is his hip and his pin bone and stifle out of the deal. He has got a monster loin, but where you back off of him, that one is too deep from the top of his blade to his chest floor. Out of it, we'd like to change his rib design up high just a little bit. We'd like to make him more descript coming right out of the top side of his shoulder. But as we back off and we put the overall positives out in all of it together, in terms of width, in terms of cage, in terms of density, we got to find that one to win because he's structurally sound and powerful to look at. The shapely goat in the whole class is the 1 and 2, but he's also the flattest ribbed and the narrowest chested of the top 3. But as we back off of him, that one reads really, really shapely coming right out of his shoulder. He's big and fresh in terms of his loin. He's got shape and dimension to his hip. I just get critical on that 3/4 view, young lady. He wants to close too much for me in terms of his heart. If I could spread him out and put him shirt up on the corners and give him more cage, I work him right to the front of the class. The blonde-headed one here that winds up in 3, this one is good looking from the side. He is dead level in terms of his spine. He is long in terms of his hip. He's got enough dimension in terms of true heart on the 3/4 view, but when you get up on top of him, he's the least descript in terms of his muscle. He's pushing the most condition up to the front third of his body all the way through. He's got too much right in his elbow pocket for me. I'd like to give him more real honest shape. If we lean that one up, I think that's another deal and it comes to a different play. Big-bodied one that's level in terms of his spine and big and hard in terms of his hip. But as we work our way, that one reads with a tremendous amount of groovy shape to the top. But as we put that one is soft right behind his blade. Another one that's putting too much bark on for me. I don't read him as true in terms of his texture to his loin as the ones that stand in front of him, but a nice goat that winds up in 4. Good looking one, tall-shouldered, long-bodied one that is great in terms of his hip. The leanest one of the 5 that we bring out here, but he's also the flattest in terms of his stifle and the smallest in terms of his bone work, but one that balances from shoulder to hip and transitions good in his top and bottom line out here. Put your hands together, give him a round of applause if you would, please.
Winning first in Class 2, Division 4, is Sadie Eggers. Second is Kristen Cohn. Third is Bailey Daniels. Fourth is Adeline Robinson. 5, Keely Bryant. 6, Jaden Parks. 7, Zachary Marcy. 8, Claire Rogers. 9, Shelby Cosby. 10, Araya Wilkerson. 11, Ava Penner. 12, Cody Newdigger. And 13, Chance Scott. Now entering the ring is Class 13, our third class in Division 4.
The young man wins this class just sheer in terms of a fresh-backed one that's round-bodied and still dimensional in terms of his skeletal makeup there. He is the firmest to the touch. He's the biggest and boldest in terms of his rib, and he is honestly the widest and deepest in terms of his loin. We'd like to change his phenotypical build just a little bit out of the deal. We'd like to give him a shot more bone and a little more substance in terms of forearm and foot and leg like the 1 and 2 stands with, but in terms of sheer roundness of body, freshness in handle, and still good enough in terms of his lines and correct in terms of his build, we got to find that one to win. I love the foot, I love the density, I love the roundness and bigness of the one. That one's forearm and foot and bone, and she gets all the good out of that one. Young lady, he's just dried out over his loin and out of his hip and through his leg compared to the one. But his feature in terms of his body, his forearm, and your ability to get that one drove and across, we got to keep that one mixed up here in the top 2. Long-bodied, shapely one that winds up in 3 here. We like him in terms of his shoulder height, but he's the flattest in terms of his forerib shape compared to the top 3. He's big hipped and got some power from behind. He's just the front 2/3 just doesn't balance. He's the narrowest one of the 3 up there. A long-bodied, good touching one there. That handle's really firm to the touch. Just his balance and his overall build just doesn't tie and sequence all up together. A blonde-headed one's tall-shouldered, runs out of gas. He touches good when she's got him braced, but as we back off and look at him, he's longer from the top of his blade to his chest floor, doesn't run out of his hip and stay correct all the way through in terms of his makeup. Put your hands together, give those kids a round of applause if you would.
All right, thank you. And winning first place in Class 13, Division 4 was Jackson Bogdan. Second was Ella Neer. Third was Kylie King. Fourth was Rhett Parks. 5 was Owen Schutz. 6 was Kirsten Cohn. 7, Coy Gibbs. 8, Araya Wilkerson. And 9th was Madison Rump. We found the class we've been looking for all morning, folks, and it's Class 14. It's our 4th class in Division 4. So this will wrap up the Meat Goat show for the morning or for the day. And so if you had a class 1st, 2nd, or 3rd in classes 11, 12, 13, or 14, you're due to the makeup area now. So if you are 1st, 2nd, or 3rd in classes 11, 12, or 13, make your way to the makeup area.
right? Heavyweight class, and it kind of shows out here when we're talking this age and this maturity and this weight. It's hard to keep these things fresh and keep them good enough in terms of their build. But the young lady with the blonde-headed one, he has to win this class, and he does pretty handily. His phenotypical design and overall conformation makes him win. He looks great on the move when we put him into motion. He reads the truest coming right out of the top of his shoulder. We like his blade angle. We like his forearm shape. We'd like to make him fuller and just to have a little more texture in terms of his loin, but I think he's got to win it. Congratulations, young lady. Second and third are closer. I think the body, the balance, and kind of the paint has to win here. When he gets him pushed, he reads honest and true in terms of his lines. He's better in terms of his structure and holds himself better in terms of his balance. I think both of them are real comfortable in terms of the same kind of condition and leanness out of the deal. I think that one's got just a little more good to him. I like some things about this one here that winds up in 3. This horn goat here has got some dimension right to the center of his back, but he wants to play out coming behind his shoulder, and he wants to play out in terms of his hip. His loin's the biggest part of him out of that deal. His cage still sets in him good. He's leaner and more correctly conditioned and higher cutability than the white goat. The white goat's better in terms of his balance, young lady. That one's just overdone and past his prime. He's lost his tone and touch to his top line. He's the narrowest of the top 3 in terms from his last rib back. I'd like to make him more expressive and maybe be truer in terms of his depth of loin, give him more real dimension in terms of his heart. The black-headed one here is one that is lean enough in terms of his build. He just wants to rock his weight to the front third of his skeleton, wants to lay out, reads undescriptive in terms of his muscle shape out of his hip and off of his leg there. And then we work our way down through the class. Goats that's got some width and some dimension and been carried to a real heavy weight. Just got to make them leaner and higher quality out here. If you would, put your hands together, give them a big round of applause.
Winning first in Class 14, Division 4, was Abby Brown. Second was Zachary Marcy. Third was Zoe Prawley. Fourth was Macy Lyons. 5 was Sheridan Suckup. 6 was Luke Leffert. 7, Tegan Ellis. 8, Truxton Ellis. 9, Paisley Ellis. And 10th was Kaylee Snyder. We're now ready for our selection of our Division 4, first, second, and thirds in this division. So we need our first, second, thirds from classes 11, 12, 13, and 14.
Testing. If you would, put your hands together and give these kiddos in our final division a big round of applause for the 12 that got to come back out of it. Heavyweight division is good. Maybe not quite as deep as the middles and the lights was, but that's kind of normal at this stage of the game out of it. But we got a nice set of goats out here. That division started off with that white-eared goat that really kind of puts all the puzzles pieces together. His body shape, his design, his elevation, he's super fresh to the touch. He's really square coming right out of his shoulder. He's big and fresh and dimensional in terms of his loin. He's not the biggest pinned one out here, but we put him into motion. There's a lot of positives in that one there that we got to keep up in the mix. The big featured one winds up winning the second class of this division. He's got a great big forearm and a big old foot, and I mean, he is wide and dimensionally and dense in terms of his body dimension. He's one that doesn't read as good in terms of his true roundness of body type. He doesn't read as good in terms of his shape coming out of his shoulder, but when we get to his hip, he is extremely explosive in terms of width of hip, bigness in his pins, super powerful when we get right behind him in terms of stifle, and with all of them pieces, he can handle it when we put him into motion. The one that won Class 3, I mean, this one is a typey, hard-touching one. Really crisp in terms of his shape coming out of his shoulder and maintains that all the way through. He's this young man is his goat's on the struggle bus today because he don't want to operate for him out here. But when you back off and look at that one, he's another one of them that transitioned right from his shoulder into his body, and he reads good in terms of his top line. He's one of the tighter ones out here in terms of his spine. He's not as collected in terms of his rear leg movement. He's not as powerful in terms of the base of his stifle and his bone work compared to the two that stand in front of him. The heavyweight right there is one that, for a big guy, that one still balances up extremely well. She's done a nice job, and she's working her hiney off out here to get that one showed because he wants to kick out on her. But as we back off and look at that one, especially just like right now when we put him into motion, he is an athletic rascal, okay? His angles to his blade, his knee, and his hock, and his hip line, all of that stay in together with him out of the deal. And when she props him up and he wants to stay collected, he's awful nice in terms of his balance. We get up on top of him. That one carries more condition. He should. He's at that weight and size. He's a little soft in terms of his forearm, a little softer in terms of the tone of his lower belly line there. He's one that doesn't read with as much real honesty in terms of loin shape, and he's just a little past his prime there. Awful good set out here. Our second place is into that deal. That tan marked one that was second and two is round and big body. The real shapely one that needed more width that was second in two. The real big wide made great forearm one that could move, that runs out of loin, that just is a little too dried over his edge. Paints real good balance, runs out of gas. Third lineup is a nice set of goats over there. Put your hands together, one more big round of applause, and I'll go out here and select our champion in this division.
Ashley Peters is exhibiting your Division 4 champion uh, meat goat. Champion 2 division winner is needed in the makeup area. Champion 2 division winner needed in the makeup area. Okay, winning the Division 4 was Ashley Peters from Marion County. Reserve champion was Sadie Eggers from Woodson County. And third in Division 4 was Jackson Bogdan. So now we need all of those top 3 from each division. So we should have 12 meat goats for the selection of our grand overall.
There's coverage, and then there's Bovolus Vista Once SQ, the most comprehensive respiratory vaccine covering more causes of BRD, including these 2. No other vaccine covers both. So for more coverage, make it Bovolus Vista Once SQ.
Testing. Not many people left standing here right now, but we had a really nice market goat show today, and we've rolled through, and we've had some good in all of them, and an awesome set of kids to work with. For the people that are around here, let's congratulate these kids by a round of applause for making it to this point out of it. I want to say thanks to Lacey and the staff of the Kansas Junior Livestock Show here. She called me late and needed a judge, and I was pretty booked this week. I judged State Fair Texas Monday. I was at Tulsa State Fair Tuesday and Wednesday. Went back to work on Thursday and come here yesterday, and it's hadn't been home much out of it. My wife and my brother takes care of cows and all the stuff that we do at home out of it. And I couldn't do it without those kind of people that are in my life out of it, and it comes to exactly where we're at today. Kiddos, I want you to remember this right now. Y'all can relax them goats a little bit if you want to out of the deal, but in a roundabout way, you guys need to realize, and I want to talk some heart-to-heart with you here, the process of this game is extremely important. The early mornings, the late nights, the times that we don't want to get out of bed, the times that we don't want to go to the barn, the times that we don't want to put the extra effort into it, those are the times that make a difference. The times that you get in a vehicle and you go to the show, there's always going to be ups and downs, and that's going to run with you the rest of your life at anything that you ever touch and do. What I want you to remember, that process is just an evolution. The more we work, the harder we work, the more we listen, and the more we focus our attention on the details and really get after the business at hand. That is an important process any way you look at it. The process goes right along for the same as the parents out of this deal, and the extension agents, the ag teachers, all the people that help you. That process is important to them. It's important to you guys, and should be the most important to all of us together, because we're trying to build the greatest thing we can, and that's the youth of the next generation, and this is an outstanding program to do it. The girls and the staff have been good. The goats have been on time. We rolled right through this deal, and it's important to do that. There's a flow to livestock shows that you want to keep your mind right and you keep going out of the deal. But at the same token, Brian Kennedy wants to make sure that he gives every kid an opportunity to make sure they get their animals stuck the best way they can. If kids are struggling, I sit back and I see it, and I try to give them that opportunity to do those things, and it's just part of it. It's an honor, it's a blessing to me to get to come and work with kids. I love looking at livestock any way you want to do out of it. This goat deal, we have fought and have showed these things for a long time, and was highly competitive at it when I was teaching ag. I still tinker with a few 4-H kids, not as much out of the deal. My kids have graduated, and that's why there for a long time I didn't judge many of them, because I took my priorities of staying with my kids. We played ball all over the country, and I got a boy that's playing baseball at Oklahoma State. I got a freshman girl, my daughter. She has found what sorority life is at Oklahoma State, and that's all she can think about, and I hope that she'll continue to make her grades and stay focused as we can. Hey, I'm going to quit talking about myself. Again, I say thank you. It's been a blessing. Thank you, all the staff, everybody that's been involved. Give them a big round of applause out of the deal. You kids get to working out here, and we're fixing to pick. How many do I pick? 5. Okay, that's good, because there's sure enough 5 out here that's quality to do this game out of it. As we started that Division 1 was deep. It was good. They're young, they're immature, they're pounds light, and they still got time. But I thought that one that won that division there of that young man's, he's the one that is compositionally correct out of it. His base, his body, his width, all the parts fit together, and he balances extremely well. Get right up on top of him, his lines stay together, he's got a turn to his rib, he ends with a big pin set, and when we put him into motion, he can reach and travel and do the things that is necessary. His knees right. He's not the biggest legged one out here. Shouldn't have to be. He's not the most expressive coming right out of the top side of his blade either, but balance, kind, and good all comes to play there. Really a wide-bodied, round-made one that was second in that class. I think them two fit together really good out of the deal. Didn't hold himself together quite as well. The third place one's a good goat. That one's young and immature and green in my mind. His days are better in front of him. I think as we keep feeding and getting that one bigger to a heavier weight, I think that will be fun for that young lady. In that middle, the second division, boy, that one's striking from the side there. That one is super shallow in terms of his build, straight in his line, sound in his movement, square enough in terms of his chest. He's not as expressive out of his hip and through his leg as a couple of the others that stand on either side out of him, but an awful good goat that has to come into play into the mix. The paint over there was one that's tall-shouldered and big-legged and stout-featured and everything. Just doesn't hold himself together right in terms of his four-rib design. He's a little flatter up high than I'd like to see, but he ends with a big hip, and his substance and his feature got him to that point. Real round-bodied, good muscular one that wasn't as good-looking as either of the two that stand in there. That third division was another division on the front side, was really, really good. Fresh handling one in this one that wins out of it. He's as good and smooth and big and fat coming right out of his shoulder there as any of them out here in the ring. He's big and deep and fresh in terms of his loin too. Put him into motion, that one trucks all day. Another one of them that is not just super great big wolfy legged out of the deal, but his balance, his type, and his overall kind, we got to keep all the proportions tied together. That one that wound up second in that division, and I thought that was a close race out there. That young lady does a good job. He's the one that's got that feature over there. But does he balance in his shoulder? Does all of that fit and tie and line up quite as well as the one that won? Probably not. When we put him into motion, he wants to roll out of his pin set and not be quite as flexible out of his hocking off of his rear leg. The one that was third in that division there, another one. As you can see, guys, I like them round cage, and I like dimensional look to them out of the deal. And that third one overall, he simply ran out of gas in terms of his loin. His loin's narrower and rounder and sets down further in him. He's a shot deeper in terms of his body and his chest, whereas the ones that stand in front of him. The heavy division, good-looking one. That one right there, he was the freshest, most youthful one in that division that still compositionally is made right. His body is tied in, his shoulder blades set tight enough in him up high to still give him a good look from the side. Not perfect out of his hip, not ever going to win just a powerful muscle contest out here, but his type and quality and kind fits that bill. Big wolfy-legged one, I wish that one's body type was like the one that won the division. We got to change him. He's plainer from the side view in terms of that rib design, in terms of the shoulder blade shape, but where he's big, he is tremendously big, and that's where it ends on the back side of his skeleton. Hard touching one there that wound up in third in that deal. Like I said, put your hands together. I'm going to make one more look out of the deal, and then I'll select them. Thank you again for having me come up here and judge.
Grand champion overall was Heidi Mingarelli, coming from Division 3. Reserve grand champion overall was Lainey Hager, also from Division 3. Third place was Jayton Bogdan. Fourth place was Brig Corwine from Division 1. And fifth place, meat goat overall, was Andrew Morales from Division 3. Congratulations.
There's coverage, and then there's Bovalus Vista Once SQ, the most comprehensive respiratory vaccine covering more causes of BRD, including these two. No other vaccine covers both. So for more coverage, make it Bovalus Vista Once SQ.